Hello, everybody. I am sick. But I also woke up with a bit of energy after a nice night of sleep with some NyQuil extra strength. So I thought I'd start early so that we can make sure we get the stream in, because I don't know when my energy is going to drop out from under me. It's going to happen at some point today. I just don't know when. And the longer I wait to start, the more likely it is to happen before I start, and then I'm just not going to want to start. So, yeah, my wife was sick for like a week. She got over it like last Friday, over the weekend. I thought I was in the clear, and then I started to really get to me yesterday. But I'm actually feeling less congested today, which is good. But still got still feel that mucus in my throat. But thank you. It shouldn't be too big a deal. Just better that I start stream now and you know. So that I don't wait till later and then I'm like, well, now I don't feel good. So I'm gonna just skip today. Don't want to do that. So yeah. Yeah, it's improved. I'm assuming it's due to the acetaminophen I've been taking. Like, I didn't wake up a handful of times yesterday sweating like I did I did 2 nights ago. So that's good. Or today, I should say. Like I did last night. I actually got good sleep. That NyQuil extra strength is really good. Whew. Alright, well, hopefully this won't affect any of my voices today, but we'll see. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. Shut himself? I was gonna say, like, what? Wait, what? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Doesn't make any sense. Where was he fleeing to? I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What? How? Why? I would never think to say this. Just because there's one very, very obvious problem with this on its face. Why would she do that? When she still had the other gun. She threw that gun out but kept the other gun? And then the second issue is, if she threw it out, why would he take it? This is just a very weird line to take. Good gracious. Hold on 1 second. My my mumsy has brought me some Mucinex. Says that's gonna work better, at least during the day, than what I have. So give that a try. She's going on vacation, like now. She dropped it off on our way to the airport. She was dual wielding, but then why stop dual wielding at the end with only one of them? Good gracious, this is quite extraordinarily stupid testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. But the door was already locked. What? I was honestly expecting a little better from this guy, from his testimony. Just a bit better than this. This is embarrassing. Hey dog, what's up? Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. Hey! Just because it was a German scientist doesn't mean we suddenly just take what they say and be like, oh, this is perfectly fine. Oh, but Sholmes thing? It should be met with skepticism as well in terms of this isn't an established way of going about things. We should probably take care to evaluate it with the weight that it's due. The blood thing, Devin? Hey, Lynn. What's up, JB? And Yoke. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven. I was gonna say prover. Theories must be proven before they stand. Where's it? How do you prove this other theory? Other than just saying someone found this out. Can't we just say that about our? Okay. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Okay, here we go. This is good. This is where we start. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. Reagent. God damn it, I did that again. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. I would require a little more into that foundation. Citations, maybe? in a normal court system, we would be able to suspend the trial at this point. So that I would tell, you could tell both sides to submit briefs as to the admission of the evidence. And if you're Van Zieks, then you can cite all the works you want to as to why this scientific thing should be considered valid in our case, and then the judge can make a decision on it. Obviously, that can't be done here because we have to finish this case today. But normally, that's probably what would happen. Source, trust me, bro. But there's nothing to suggest that it's been proven other than Van Zieks just saying so. He said recently, too. Like, he made a point to say that it's recent. So, like, I don't think we could just assume that the judge's like, oh, yeah, that technique. Everybody knows about that. Sholmes isn't licensed. Oh, I'm sorry. What was the licensed official that Van Zieks has cited here? Can you point that out to me? Because I'm almost 99.99999% sure that he hasn't cited anyone in particular. And he could just be making it up. That's the problem with that argument, is that until Van Zieks actually shows that his source is to be trusted, it does not matter whether Sholmes is licensed or not. Because they're both equally, like, invalid sources at this point. That is the problem with the way Van Zieks is going about this. He just is giving very broad details. And as a judge, I would not accept such broad details. That's a bad assumption. He could have learned of it from an attorney acquaintance from Germany. And if he's, again, if it's been published in a paper, then he has to present that. It isn't just something that you say. This is assuming that the judge doesn't actually know. Because the fact that he brought it up leads me to believe that the judge does not know. You can't just simply say, oh, there's this thing. You have to present the paper, cite it in your brief to the judge as to why it should be considered valid. None of these details matter because Van Zieks hasn't produced anything. I don't know what's so hard to understand here. Until he does, if I'm the judge, it doesn't fucking matter. God. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, the reason why we're doing it all in one day is for the game's convenience, right? But that just makes it, like, kind of stupid. Complete with the chaotic evil emote. Great. Good job, Devin.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Based on what? Like, no judge would just say overruled. They'd at least ask him why he's objecting to it.
Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once.
Like, the judge is being... Unless the judge knows himself, in which case, I don't know why they would have set up the dialogue as they did before, because the implication there is that he did not know about this. He's treating one thing one way, and another thing a different way, even though they're... Without Van Zeeks being able to show that this is something that's established, that's reliable. Which it very well could be. But until he establishes that, his word is no greater than my word. But the judge isn't treating it that way.
With pleasure, my lord.
And yet, this still isn't nearly as bad as anything the fucking Udgy's done. Like, I'm annoyed, but only a little bit. Because I'm like, you've generally been pretty good throughout this whole game so far.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat,
Gina will be... Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Can we go back to how stupid of a statement this is? She tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Two very inexplicable things happened there. One, she tossed out one of two guns for some reason. CJ's explanation is probably the best. She couldn't dual wield the guns and equip the door as a shield, so she had to get rid of one of them. So of course she tossed it out of the peephole specifically. And then for some reason he picked it up and ran. Even though he had no reason to. Oh man. What's your problem? Can you tell me what your issue is? You just went outside, you don't need to go out again. Can you tell me what your problem is? Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. No. You aggravating my allergies is only gonna make my illness that much worse. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I never been so scared in all my life. Yo, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. There's the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help him in a bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor, defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you.
Sorry, Gov.
Oh, she responded because I said pee hole. mean, that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. Gunshots are really loud, and the bullet went out on to strike the calendar and the wall behind you. So it would seem. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Oh, is there no, confidentiality? Yikes. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. This is pure speculation. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyways, it didn't quite strike home. And I pulled me gun out of me, trying to shove me out the way. Then he scampered from that door out the back. Then he scampered through that door out the back.
At which point, what did you do?
They don't. And that's true. That is good for them. It is Japan, where there are not a ton of gunshots heard. Whereas in my old neighborhood, during the summer, I'd hear one every other night. So there's actually some loud noise every night. But again, we played the game of, is that a firework or a gunshot? I think they're actually very distinct, but I can understand why people that don't know the difference wouldn't, might not know.
Hold it!
I know, but that's good, but it still sucks that you have to do it in general. It's not a game that anyone should have to play. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? We know what it is.
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. Well, there's a small opening in about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Yes, you should. I looked through it myself that night. No. It isn't. They try to approximate it as best they can, but it really isn't the same. Mostly because they just cannot. They can't properly replicate the bass and impact that a real gunshot has. If it's close enough, you might the sound itself, the shockwave might you might be able to feel it a little bit. Or at least, maybe not I don't know how the physics works there, so I can't pretend to know. But your heart will almost make it feel, you know what I mean? You feel a shockwave through your body. It might not actually be the sound shockwave or the sound wave, but something that your body's actually producing because of the impact of that sound and how loud it is. Though, I will say, in games like this where they have little derringers, those aren't normally as loud. Those aren't nearly as loud as a revolver would be. It's because they're not meant to be as powerful. I'm not sure either. If they do, that would make more sense then. Yeah, it's almost like you're sitting next to speakers and you feel it. It's not like you feel it all at once in your body, but you feel like it kind of goes through, right? That's what I mean. Again, I don't actually know the science behind it, so it could just be like, what would that be, a psychosomatic thing? But, it could be. Anyways, my main point is that I have never felt that way by a gunshot produced by either a game. Well, in a game. It might have come closer in a movie if I think really hard, but I can't think of a movie off the top of my head that did it all that well. And that might have been just because I was in a theater, you know, louder sounds and stuff. I'm just not sure if you could actually, if you, how close you would have to be, I guess, to actually feel the sound waves of a gunshot. Like I said, if you're really close, but I'm not sure how close. When I say really close, I mean it could be like down the block, and I would still feel it. That might be too far away for me to really feel it. And again, it might just be a mental thing, but yeah, that's generally. I have not had a gunshot like this, like in that random situation, right in front of my face. The only time that's happened is in like controlled situations where like people have headphones, and then it's different then. Yeah, which I think makes revolvers more reliable. I think that's part of the reason you would use one over a normal pistol. But the issue being is that reloading it is a pain in the ass. I should remember, was it Metal Gear 3 where Ocelot's first learning how to use a revolver? He's like reloading and you see him like and I'm like, okay, that looks cool, but holy shit, I could just light his ass up right now while he's reloading.
And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
No. I wasn't talking about the difference between a pistol and a revolver. I was talking about the difference of like a single shot derringer versus a revolver. Like during this period of time. Because I don't think they had pistols with clips at this point, did they? I know that Magnum revolvers are fucking loud as hell because they're so powerful. But I don't know how it compares to, say, a Desert Eagle, which is a Magnum pistol. I think it's spelled... Let me see. Derringer. D-E-R-R-I-N-G-E-R. I'm shocked I remembered how to spell that. That could be. We're just talking about the possible sound difference between a smaller gun like a derringer and then like a full powered like size revolver.
Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of that sort, God. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
Where is he gonna flee to safety? Back outside?
Are we sure about that?
Hold it!
I mean, I guess. Just around the pillar? I don't know, wait, was there even a pillar in that room? Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullets from Windybank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
But then she shot him in the back, but he was able to still turn around and then fall forward.
Which he would do for what reason?
I mean, I guess if you're shot, you kind of lose all sense of what you're doing, I would think, right? To some degree. But that's still kind of weird.
A chilling image, I must say.
Crouch behind the box. Oh, there's that counter there. That's right. So I guess in theory, that's where he turned to run, just towards the counter.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Miss McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Let me... Oh, we don't have the picture of her on the ground. I couldn't remember if she even had the coat on.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
Why on earth would she do such a thing?
Make it seem like you got shot through the peephole. I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. That's still... okay. Not thinking, I went and picked it up. Yeah, which is just as baffling. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
Congratulations. You have successfully communicated the largest pile of bullshit in this entire case I've heard.
Congratulations!
Sorry, CJ. I knew you weren't gonna be able to spell it correctly, so I took matters in my own hands. Oh God.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. Nothing else there to add, Your Honor? I left the cleanup to my lackeys and left. Cleanup? Clear up?
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up.
He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What the fuck is going on here?
Excuse me!
Oh, nope. That's the wrong person. Wait. Gentlemen! You little toe rag! Ah! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this Dean's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw me grab my whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
God blimey! See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies.
That was strange. Inspector doesn't normally get as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me!
Ah, see? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus here.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence?
Haven't we already established that that was... I thought we went over that part of the case already.
And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was...
I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communication officer? I held out Perolsky. I held out Perolsky to a starving boy, and he ran away crying. What? Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed! This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Yo, what's up, Amir? He does need a hug. My lord!
My lord, been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now?
Sir!
Guilty.
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 Can we just all agree that the old man has the best one? Adding unnecessary syllables to the word? Yeah? Who said that he was implying Sherlock doesn't exist? I don't think anybody said that. Didn't he specifically say a little more? Is a little more? Meaning that he is more. He's not a figment of imagination, but only a little bit more than so. I mean, it's the evilest one. Oh. Well, I mean, I can see why. Like I said, think if... Hold on. Can I... Where's the... So, let's say it said Sherlock Sholmes is little more than a figment of the public's imagination. That would seem to imply that he's saying that he doesn't exist. But saying barely more is actually saying it's more than a figment of the public's imagination, meaning that he wasn't stating that Sherlock isn't real. Just, I'm guessing he's talking about the character himself is exaggerated. So yeah, I could see why people would have confused that. Because it really isn't too far off of that, right? It's literally one word off. You change barely to little, which can be used synonymously at times. So yeah, no, I can see that. I can see why that would have caused some confusion.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony.
Consistently failed? This guy went from, I don't know who any of these people are and I don't go to that pawnbrokery, to, yeah, I was there at the scene of the crime and picked up a gun and ran. Is he fucking kidding me? I wish I could just say things that are complete fucking lies and have people go, oh yes, true.
Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
Well, right. So the word consistently, I think, is problematic there, because if you're right and he's referring to this particular testimony, there hasn't been enough going on for him to use the word consistently. Consistently would only really work if he was talking about all of the, you know, the witness's testimony as a whole, as opposed to just this one. So I'd agree that that is the problematic word. Yeah, I was shot, but I couldn't go to the doctor because it'd be weird if I told them that I was shot innocently. Well, I guess not innocently. He did break into the store, but if that's the worst they thought of you, then... I wouldn't say that's consistent. That's just addressing all of his points before then being able to find the correct evidence. We wouldn't go back to any other Ace Attorney game and say, oh man, Phoenix pressed every single statement. He failed. He consistently failed. I don't think we'd say that. We're like, all right, now that he knows and has dug into everything deeper, now he has the opportunity to attempt to poke a hole in the testimony with evidence. But we weren't even given that chance. So no, I would disagree with that.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? My third summation examination!
How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Would you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Shouldn't Gregson know that voice too? Am I going mad? Ah! He's completely different. Mr. Sholves!
What is the meaning of this? Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand.
What errand?
Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies.
Oh, I'm all for this reveal. I'm all for it. This is excellent.
Now, my lord, if you'll humor me. In what matter, sir? I have something of a great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us that time? What say you to this, Lord Van Seeks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to waste any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Ah! Get dumped, Gregson. I'd be quite the asshole if I were to say that. What asshole would have said that, huh? What asshole would be suggesting that we need to end it right now?
Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now?
All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Well, then maybe you shouldn't be moving around like that. Let's make this decision as short as possible. I think this place is full of idiots.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Let's get this screenshot.
Judgment lights off.
For real. This is about to unload. Let's see. There we go. Oh, nope. Capture. Oh, how you learn of the world so quickly, Iris.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots! None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is!
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right, modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping?
A leaving present from Miss Susato.
From Miss Susato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do this. Sorry, I've lost so much blood. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present
from Miss Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made!
Ah! I honestly did not expect them to actually use that. I thought that might be a weird Chekhov's gun issue, but nope.
Good for them. Good for them, because I did not see how that was going to play in, to be completely honest. Well, he understands a little bit, right? I don't understand, like, said like 2 words.
Chekhov's cat door.
What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that? Did she say something like that? Didn't she say something like that? She said something like that. Oh, I already missed your face. Sad. My best bud. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
No, not at all cryptic then. Sato used this cap flap-o-mat that night, but why? Your 5 minutes is over. Would it be R over? Just creating your single set of 5 minutes? Your single group of 5 minutes? We're out of time already?
But even then, the English err on the side of plurality instead of singularity, singular, which always, it's a, I know I know there's an argument either way, but I personally cannot stand when I'm reading something and they're talking about a sports team or like an organization and they say something like Arsenal are, and it's like, no, it's a singular organization made up of many parts, yes, but it's a singular entity. Arsenal is, not Arsenal are.
Your 5 minute break, yeah, that would work too. Or period.
Again, I know there is an argument to be made the other way. It's just a personal, like, thing of mine that I don't like. Just purely a personal dislike for it. Isn't that about how you're phrasing it, though? So, right. And this is where you can make the argument the other way. I think it's problematic to refer to them in that way anyways. At least if I were commenting on a game, I would be much more specific in my details. So that bugs me in a different way. But yes, I mean, if you're talking about the team, and then you're talking about the components of the team within that context, then certainly it would make more sense to say Arsenal have been throwing the ball, as opposed to Arsenal has been throwing the ball. Although I still think has been sounds way better. What about sports teams with plural names? So I still use is, and it's almost, so it's a legal thing. I should make that clear. When I'm creating an entity in United States law, that entity can count as a person. It's a whole big thing within business law, the law of business associations. It can be about whether a business can be considered a person or not. And so if you're creating this one entity, then I will refer to it singularly, because if I file the articles of incorporation, I'm only creating one entity. I'm not talking about the Milwaukee Bucks and its subsidiaries. If I'm just talking about the organization Milwaukee Bucks is is a professional basketball team located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My favorite team is, in fact, all three of my favorite teams are plural in nature, and I still say is. Packers, Brewers, Bucks. But if somebody said are, in that case, I probably wouldn't. I mean, I'm not going to correct them. I wouldn't correct them if they said it the other way either, if they were doing it like how the British do it. I just don't like it personally. Like I said, I don't think it's not objectively wrong. I'm not making that argument. I just don't like it personally, based on how I look at business associations. Or maybe it's more so how the US looks at business associations, because I don't know whether other nations have that similar issue that the US has. Right, because he specifically mentions like what the players are doing, right? So when you're saying Arsenal, you are saying it in a way that is referring to the components of the organization, as opposed to the organization as a whole, right? So yeah, no, I get why in his point there of why you would say it that way in that example. Twain are just expressing their opinion. I mean, look at our I was just Trep just did it. Trep was on the same wavelength as I was. I was just gonna, like, our organization, Students of Gaming. I would say Students of Gaming is a gaming organization, incorporated, blah 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 blah. I wouldn't say Students of Gaming are, again, even though there are four of us that all work. I wouldn't say are. I would say is. The saying are there, I think. First of all, it's just me. If we're talking about the context of a given situation, like in Maxim's comparison there, we're just talking about me. So regardless of what you think about students or whatever there, we're just talking about one person. Sorry, this conversation went on way longer than I wanted it to. I just wanted to communicate about a small... Okay, I wouldn't call it completely irrational, but it's not entirely reasonable either. Viewpoint on that. Pirates are bad people. They steal. I mean, if you're not a bad... If you have to commit crimes to be pirates, don't you? Otherwise, you're just a sailor.
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
Don't you mean the die are cast? the Pittsburgh Pirates, the professional baseball team. Yeah, I suppose. That would get people upset. Oh. Okay. Whew. All right. Yes. Obviously, I agree. The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Time to think. No, that was an instruction. Phase out of zone. Okay, so I don't normally do this, but it's because I despise the concept. I despise the concept. Not that the game hasn't executed it in a reasonable fashion, but the summation examination is absolutely ridiculous, and so it's kind of hard for me to conceptualize exactly what I'm supposed to do here, because I would never, ever, 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 ever have to choose a summation examination, because the jury would never, ever, 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 ever just halt a trial and give their verdict in the middle of things without the cases being rested. So, I honestly want this answer. Do I just... Because it seems like the problem with going with further cross-examination is that they've already given their verdict, so I can't just ignore the fact that they've given their verdict. So it seems like I have to pick summation examination, even though this makes way more sense. It's not time to think. Yes, I want the answer. I specifically would like the answer. I'm gonna go take the dog out, and I'll allow you time to consider your move. Ow.
Further cross-examination?
Good. That pleases me.
But since time to think has no penalty, let's try let's try that out. It's no good. I need time to think.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
What of Miss Susato's gracious gesture? Gesture. Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste?
Final piece of...
This is not a time for inaction. This is a time to hear from a witness.
Oh, so he would give it away if you said time to think. That's interesting. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point.
I don't think that's what Hurley means, Bruno. Have you forgotten where we are in the trial?
Aha! The defense has nothing more to add. I think we should proceed with the adjudication.
Wait, my lord. The defense requests further cross-examination. Oh. Okay. That wasn't funny. That was more like depressing than anything. Time to think is funny and there's no penalty. You son of a bitch! Are you gonna really let Susato's last gift to you go to waste? Well, fuck, if you put it like that. CJ, apparently. Oh, but yeah, time to think is funny and there's no penalty, lol. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? How could that possibly be?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
Maybe we just have a shit sense of humor. CJ's next level to all of us. I don't know.
If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd!
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitted protraction. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination.
This is always so dumb, and it's not this game. This is, I just want to point out how stupid this is. In no way is it ever appropriate to be like, you have one chance to prove yourself. You know how often one thing is going to be enough to turn anything around? And if there was one thing that could have turned everything around, it would have been presented already. I know, for the sake of the game. For the sake of the game, you have to add drama to it.
Counsel, you must choose but one statement for the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence?
If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous.
Sarcasm. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint.
I was gonna say he's about to faint.
I leave this in your capable hands.
You fucking... had to fall dramatically, too. He had to save a little bit of energy so he could fall dramatically. Mr. Sholmes!
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever.
Insouciantly? Insouciantly?
Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Or both.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris, or Susato, or Kazuma, or my client. Yeah, can't forget my client. I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
I like the change there for the epic last cross-examination. Okay, so let's go to the court. Ooh, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top there?
Those are for attaching the hinges. Those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. I can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors, or humans.
Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat flap-o-mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Well, guy is so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons.
Oh, guy.
That it? That would appear to be it. Okay, so there's a hinge. What did she use it for? The peephole was already there, so it's not like she created the peephole. Did we create? We didn't create the peephole, right? Oh, I see. Said she used it that night? Like the reason I'm not getting this is because there's something I'm forgetting. Is it the people? The idea that you could not see, you couldn't look into the people because there wasn't one. See, I don't think Graydon's as bad as Alba. Was the people always there? Or did Susato create it? But if there wasn't a peephole there, how would he know that one was created later? That wouldn't make sense either. Maybe I'm too focused on needing to use that one piece of evidence, but I don't need to use it yet. No, he's not. He's actually pretty disappointing as a final villain. Mostly because, like, the final villain of the game, the real final villain of the game dies in the third case. Part of the issue is, okay, so I want to confirm something.
Oh! It doesn't flap completely, right? Does it just flap one way? Because if that's the case, either he wouldn't have been able to look through it or she wouldn't have been able to throw it out. And we saw into the peephole, so she would have had to have been able to throw it out of the peephole. But if it doesn't flap out that way, how would she have done that? Three hours is still a lot. Gantz didn't even go on that long. They should go both ways, but I don't know if the one here does go both ways. I need to look at a picture of that flap again. What's his name? Wagahai flap? Let's see if I can find a picture. Because I guess my issue is I'm having a hard time conceptualizing exact. You're just cutting out the hole, aren't you? Because this doesn't. Okay, here's the bottom of the door, but this doesn't show the door hinge. Yeah, this is just a picture of the bottom part of the door. Like, this picture makes it seem like it would be... that it would flap out either way. But I don't remember enough about the construction of it, and I can't find a good picture showing me. So it goes both ways. Okay. But that doesn't mean that the peephole does. Right? Let me see. Windy Bank. Peephole. Here's a picture of the room. Let's save this. Fuck WebP image. Eat a dick. Copy image link. Paste. Cut out revision after PNG. And save image as PNG. Excuse you, Chrome? Actually, that's fine. I can't. Nope. Take another screenshot. Actually, we can just right there. Okay, so let's add it. And I'm going to zoom in on it. Okay, so in theory, she could have, because like if it's pulling, if you have to use the knob to pull it out, then she could very easily have pushed it out. Right? No, I was only looking at images. Images, I would have to actually like look at the details of the images in order for something like that to get spoiled. Just looking at the images didn't do anything, besides there weren't a lot of them, surprisingly. So yeah, okay, so I don't think it works the way that I was thinking that it worked. Okay, so then the theory is that... What's the theory? That flap was made by this? Because it stands to reason that they helped Windy Bank a few different ways with their shop, given that they helped install those like cameras. Stands to reason that he would have they would have helped him create that flap hole with this. I didn't like it saying it, to be fair. What happened to Trep? Oh, because Trep was... No, yeah, I saw what Trep said. Hey! Hey guys, we got our own ghost in the chat. I prefer to be referred to as metabolic process challenged. I don't know why they changed that. The first one was better than the edit that they gave it. So she's dead. And you decided to go with metabolic processes. Oh. Okay. Yeah, and instead of saying that, you went with her metabolic processes are matter of interest only to historians. Oh man, that's probably my favorite one of those videos. That's really good. Okay, I saved already, right? Just in case. All right, I'm going for it.
Objection.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Oh, it's my clap Fappoman.
Oh, dyslexia sucks.
Oh, it's my cat Flappomat.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps.
We can't just go based off the science this 10-year-old girl created.
I'm sure we can all work out. Well, I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. We still need to lay foundation in the court record, bruh. Well, you take a step back. Ah! But that cat lover's contrivance, however that word is pronounced, has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? I think the judge will be the judge of that. Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place.
That's right. According to the papers at the yard, it was your Japanese assistant, and
Sholmes, just my assistant. Why have to bring her? Okay. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there's a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes, how could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Speak plainly, man.
All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Oh, interesting that this, now I think about it, it's interesting that it didn't, this picture didn't give that away. Well, I mean, that's what I said earlier, right? Like, was it that the peephole simply wasn't made until after it happened? But then I guess, does that still explain how he would have known that there was a peephole? Did somebody explain what I missed there? Maybe there was a detail that I'm forgetting or missed. Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Her assistant tampered with the crime scene while it's being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is the most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I felt the scene. Wait, it was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Ha! Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
I felt the scene good, my lord. With post haste. Oh yeah, Trep, you are 100% correct. Instead of thinking 1 + 1 = 2, you thought 2 × 9 - 6 × 3 + 2 divided by, wait, no. To the power of 2 divided by 2 equals 2. Classic Twain overthinking. This time it didn't fuck me though, I still came to the same conclusion.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
I had to draw out those watch minutes, man.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back! However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen.
Normally, yes. But if we're gonna fill 4 hours here today, I gotta waste a little bit of time.
Gah!
In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh.
I did not time him out. I did not. Cutting him some slack here.
Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheek trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second.
Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, cooey, time for dinner.
Did nobody notice her do that? Wait, wait, what? Did they just get it? Was she just like sawing away there while I was thinking?
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
One does not simply.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. Who shouldn't worry? This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windy Banks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
Not even that, but prove, like, it could have been made by her machine, but before the incident.
If I'm him, that's what I'm... That's what I'd say.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windy Banks are an exact match.
Ugh.
Hee oh, Silky is lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned, studied friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this courtroom. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. The correct counter.
What is the purpose of your line of enquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
You not see? Judge, really? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to that fact. There is no proof. Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo! This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through!
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole on the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Okay. Do I have to show both?
Take that!
The defense believes this is all the proof the court should need. Oh, I guess I should show the one. Yeah, it makes sense to show the one where the door isn't there. That's. Yep, that's right. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. That's on me.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's Inferno cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. I completely forgot. Yeah, I did forget that we had a picture of the door. Like, it's right there. It would be very easily very easy to see. But as Trep pointed out, I like to go with the complex equations and still arrive at the same answer. It sounds more intelligent. No, it looks a lot more ridiculous. Thoughts on this game overall? I can't really sum up my thoughts right now. Take too long.
And the necessary proof is the photographic print, counsel?
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed? And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door of the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ah!
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Okay. Again, can somebody, what am I missing here? How would he have known that a peephole was later created? Or did he just guess? Did we talk about the peephole before he ever mentioned it in one of his testimonies? And he picked up on that? I'm not, okay. Okay, fair enough. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Pack of lies, catalog of lies. Oh!
order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we know That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. Wow. Somebody mad. Stay mad, bruh. Stay mad so much that you're now worrying about a different case and not the case at hand. But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks?
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the courts? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness statement. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely, can all of these be right? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense! Let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously
Has the cat got your tongue, witness? I like this feline humor.
Feline.
This feline humor should involve in my cases more often.
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. Place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. Okay?
How on earth is that possible? Have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks.
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied.
Oh,
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
oh, of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Well, I mean... Stop there! My learned friend, if you know what's good for you, you'll love it.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That would have been that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received this information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation, this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Except we did see them.
Oh, I just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. You could shop at 5 or 6 stores, my learned friend. Or just one. Just one. Just one.
I'm sorry, I'm reminded of that. Those videos are so weird. I will never understand. Like, what the director was thinking. Do I still have it? I don't.
Oh, that sucks.
I don't need friends. They disappoint me. Like, where did that come from? That's the weirdest fucking set of videos I've, like, seen in relation to, like, some sort of advertisement. Oh, God. Okay, back on track. Every time I think of that fucking video, God. Woo! Alright, later, Polly. Hope everything's cool and alright. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. What's up with the tow rags?
You need a tow rag? You making all this up? I'm a respectful Scotland Yard investigator, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, it was a pretty smooth brain lie. Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Will I?
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
It's the disc, right? The second disc? We assume he has it. Alright, later, King. Can we show just this disc? Oh.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding nor could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGilden, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilden's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Ah!
Order, order, order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Banks, you said this. 2 dicks at the same time, man.
So you could have picked all 3 there, the newspaper, the music box, or the disc. I just wanted to go for specifically what he was looking for.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilden was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets linked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure that was... I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not asking that in order to acquire the... Surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of those music box dicks, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between those 2 men.
No, gah!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out, if, and I stress, if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? Why couldn't it be at his house? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Why the bloody fucking hell would Graydon bring the disc with him?
Wow, that's, whew.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes.
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
What am I misunderstanding? Sequence of events? The timeline? Yeah, it's true. Gregson's a Scotland Yard detective. Susato's a judicial assistant.
Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gracie hadn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement. Then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force.
This is all quite horseshit. Well, I mean, maybe it was a thing in England. But just because I accuse police force of doing something, if I have a reasonable, basis in which to accuse them, you're not going to get severely reprimanded or sent back to your country or whatever. They are making way bigger a deal of this than is actually the case in modern courts. U.S. courts, at least. Quite frankly, I think the U.S. courts have that right. Because it's kind of horseshit to be like, you can only bring accusations unless you're 100% sure. And who's to determine what that is then? Who determines what's enough evidence? That's garbage. That's a garbage way of going about things. Oh, sure. I'm not saying that the game is dumb for doing this. I'm just saying that I want it to be known that in U.S. courts, in modern day, nothing like this would happen. Unless you were just bringing a frivolous suit. But that can be done, that can be punished for bringing a frivolous suit against any entity. I don't know, did they? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I guess it just depends on the place.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. And this is why it's garbage. Because they can simply bully you out of trying to make a case that's reasonable. It's absolute trash, which is unfair. But at least in this case, we can just be like, hey, fuck you. It's only a video game. I'm not really gonna get in trouble, so I'm gonna keep shoving it down your throats. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
You still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
No, it's somebody else. But who? Or whom?
Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff! The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What?
What's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? Thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? Court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you! Bruno's doing what you told him to do, and have the courage having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request a search?
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never.
Huh? Me? Him?
Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zeeks,
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now, hold on a moment. I don't... Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's...
Another music box dicks.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box dicks left behind by Magnus McGilded. It is not, is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Ugh. Ugh. Order, Mr. Skulkin. What have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Yeah, I mispronounced it once as Dix, saying the whole thing, so now we've just gone with it.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. At one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Ah!
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, which we are still in the middle of. There, Devin.
Yeah, he did it all. He did it all. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother I was.
What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That's what he said. You had it right down my ear hole, he did. My ear's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig. He hit it? You. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired a disc he was after, why on earth would he have then proceeded to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He should have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
He was, why, you little?
Why, Gregson?
I'm actually under the impression that the disc is a lot smaller than I think it is. So even if it's made out of metal, maybe it doesn't weigh a ton? I don't know.
Hush, hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
yeah, so if you could fit it in your palm, I mean, even if he dropped it, depending on what pocket it was dropped into, he might not notice. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Trep. When I first saw, when they first show us the disc, I thought it was like a record player disc. But then it was when we were looking over like the two sides of the music box that I realized that it had to be a lot smaller than that. Why? Why? Was there a need to compare it to an orange? Was there any need to bring oranges into this? Anyway,
does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulk in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it? Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You what?
At this point, though, the jury could just be like, you're full of shit, dude. Like, you're absolutely full of shit.
Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
I care not for justice of this country.
That is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in a detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop! Currently in presence of idol, stop! Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are going to believe Gregson. They declared their decision now.
Is Jenny going to be found guilty?
I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decision, no? As unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
There's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this, for like the 3rd time today. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? But first we save our game because we are prudent gamers. I'm thinking we could force Gregson into admitting something if we try to compel the court to play both discs. I don't know what we could show Graydon. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
What's that then?
You refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today. And you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Oh, go on.
It's my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get the detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with great end.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set and playing as well.
Goodness, this disc, Counsel? No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because it's not got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Not true, Inspector. Was it in place? I said in play, and I'm like, is it in play? And I'm like, maybe that's a way to talk about setting a disc? I don't know. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom air confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. You let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness, that you continue to lie to the court, all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Go on, Renzeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet.
Ugh.
In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul.
No!
Well, I'll give Graydon, I'll give Van Zeeks that. He perhaps follows, his, duty in a most clavier way. My duty is to the law, not to finding a guilty verdict, not to beating Phoenix, not for more revenge on Phoenix, but to find the truth and evaluate it fairly based on the law. A lot of clients do that, or a lot of attorneys do that, though. A lot of cases against the state and stuff like that. In theory, you could say they're always making an enemy of the government because they're attempting to hold the government accountable for stuff done to people. Occupational hazard. If you're an attorney.
Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
Shouldn't Gregson
I can't believe Gregson's not just admitting it, as opposed to, like, outright letting the state secrets get out.
All right, I admit it. Do whatever you want. Shut that blooming box up. Why would you have let them start it then, you fucking moron?
They're like, detonator? Detonator where? Alright, later, Yoke.
Maxim.
Oh, Lord. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box sticks? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
I did. Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up!
You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I have something you're looking for, Inspector. Me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon be made very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You! Traitor! What? It's like snapping, isn't it? How is he even holding it like that?
Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man!
At once. Wow, he woo! He decided on violence today, I see. That's it then, it's all over.
I despised my life growing up. The slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the sort of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me.
And once again, proving that the #1 cause of crime is poverty. So I set about studying to better myself to one day escape from that hellhole.
You eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
Then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now.
I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message laws, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. Alright, later, Trep. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box dicks made. Music box dicks, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. Musician friend of mine has some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal. The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Green. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the disc, and take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name.
to exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I think it would have been more difficult for him to kill Graydon, because I think one thing that Graydon makes clear is that his father physically was not a very capable man anymore, whereas Graydon was probably bigger and stronger than McGilded was. And even if McGilded had stabbed him, Graydon probably would have been able to kill or at least inflict some serious damage on McGilded in turn, I would think.
Let the show begin!
Not that it couldn't be the case, but I think McGilded would definitely have thought twice with Graydon than Mason.
I mean, it seems like he was about to give him the 1,000 guineas right away after the trial.
And unlike Graydon, Ryunosuke is not a loose end because he literally had no idea any of that stuff was going on. So there's like less reason for McGilded to kill him other than to just not pay him. Yeah, he would have went for the stab and Ashley would have been like, nice try, old man. But it is interesting that he basically because he had 1,000 guineas on him probably, right? And that's why he said he'd give me 1,000 guineas. A nice little detail there. Probably just had it for the original deal.
I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you get the picture now? After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved! That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man?
The first to kill... Ooh, maybe. I feel like I can read people's lines a lot better when I actually get a better read on their personality. And it's so hard with these villains that are like fake as fuck initially. Until you like really get into what they, like what their emotions are. And then it's like a lot easier. Even McGilded, I feel like I got a lot better with him as the case went on and he became obviously more of a fucking psychopath.
So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimonies. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
Is it really bad that, like, I don't hate him for that? Am I way off base here? 'Cause I'm sitting there like, yeah, fuck McGilded. Not that this dude just tried to send Gina to the gallows. I think they've done a very good job considering they just dumped all this exposition on us at the end, which sometimes can work, sometimes it won't work. It just depends on how it's executed. Executed very well in this case.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them. Hell, look at that now! What an ingenious little invention! So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery? Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I'll put up jewelry in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. That on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at the Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How'd you know what you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Okay, but so I get that he's worried that he doesn't have either disc. But didn't all he really need to get was one of the discs? Because wouldn't most people who have had one disc and tried playing it have realized that they would have thought that what everybody else thought? Oh, this must be broken. So, wouldn't it have made significantly more sense when he walked in and saw that Gina was trying to sell the disc to wait until she wasn't given any money, and then he would pay her for it afterwards outside with guineas instead of 10 shillings. All he needs then is the one disc if he wants to cover his tracks. I mean, how could anybody else trace that back to him? Just the other music box and the one disc. Well, right, if they took... I'm talking about the first disc. Once Gregson took the first disc, then yeah, then he had a huge problem. I feel like I've heard that one before. I feel like I know that story. I didn't put that together. Interesting. I just feel like I would have... Because if they hadn't made such a big fuss out of that disc, he might have been able to get it from Gina before the police ever, you know, get a hold of it. So I don't know, there might be something that I'm missing here in that, but like, I feel like Graydon could have approached this in a way where if he had been a little more patient, he could have gotten one disc and he would have been scot-free by just giving Gina 2 guineas or something. 5 guineas. 10, doesn't matter. 10 guineas? Sure. That gets me off the hook. Then you just destroy it.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the Stone government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGildy was involved.
Inspector, you recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the Stone information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard. We had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. Yes, that is correct. That is when you should have gotten nervous.
How much did we figure? We figured that out in an earlier stream. I don't remember what it was, though. Maxim. Maxim is in, like, full self-deprecating mode. Yeah, because 1,000 guineas would have been $10,000 then? Wait. No. 100,000? 100,000. 1,000 guineas would have been $100,000 is what he would have paid Rinosuke, which is something crazy. 200 something. So yeah, it is a lot. For somebody like Gina, that's like, you know, I don't think you had to give her much.
I was sure that the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somehow. Somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. The help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sewed McGillard on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
where you taking my shot? Bang.
But you don't deserve it. Gunshot rang out in the shops and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction.
Let the show begin!
I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry tale.
Now it's interesting, because this isn't premeditated murder. So this would not be first-degree murder. I don't think that changes anything for him. Well, okay. So let's say let's ignore the treason charges, the perjury charges, all the other charges, and just take the murder itself. I don't know if the lesser degree would have changed whether he would hang for it or not, but that would affect your sentence now. You intended to commit a crime, but not the crime of murder. Oh yeah, he killed McGill. Very much so. Meant to kill him. But like, if the rest of this hadn't come out, we might never have found out that McGill or let's just say that he just came in and said, I did it. I killed him. I tried to rob him. It was an accident. And just left it at that. And nothing else comes about it. That's like admit to one crime to avoid something far more serious happening to you, sort of thing. In this case, death. The McGill stuff might not have ever came out. Yes, let's ignore them while we're trying to analyze the potential consequences of second or third degree murder, manslaughter, whatever you want to call it, as opposed to simply, first degree intentional homicide. Because it's really easy to put all those charges together and tell you what's going to happen, as opposed to parceling them out separately. Yeah, Ron did that. Tried to do it. No. Especially since this wasn't something like a heat of the moment. He planned this shit out. Yeah, at me and Ron both. Well, necromancy isn't a real thing, so I mean It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Again, with no help from the jury. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Actually, juror number 3 was very helpful. And juror number 5, actually, very helpful individuals. Right. Oh yeah, because of the Holmes thing. Yep. And with the bullet. Okay, so the only people that were useless were 1 and 2.
Jurors number 1 and 2, you fuck... Get on your shit! The other 4 jurors were amazingly useful. You 2 added nothing but to try to condemn this very innocent woman to death.
Well, all the trials are gonna be longer when I do it. Because of interactions and voicing, that stuff.
Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank, stealing of government secrets,
Treason. Some light treason.
very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course.
Imagine Gumshoe being that asshole.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice.
I sympathize with how seriously he took his job. I do, of defending country, but still can't do that. Still can't do what he did. Put some young innocent girl to death because you are fucking things up yourself.
That fact remains whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ah, yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Gyaradev Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Oh, I would agree, especially with like him getting fucked up and shit.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Even when he says not guilty, it's not guilty. Guilty. Okay, that's outrageous though. You might be right that part played a part of his reasoning, but that's off of a very weird superstition. Like that would be utterly ridiculous reasoning on his part. I totally can buy that he would have thought that though.
Ha! That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you managed to do it!
Finally is the word.
Susie was right! You're the best lawyer in the world!
Now please take Gina Lestrade in for the crime of perjury. Yeah, Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort!
Of course not. Not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message and Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Why is everything a gigantic backhanded compliment?
Very sorry about that. There's the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so...
If I may say something to that point, it's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different tones.
Is that supposed to be series?
A meaningless series of 2 different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? Wasn't Morse code after all?
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? This disc contains ministerial secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have a need to pursue the matter further. But it's really gonna bother me. We have no need to pursue the matter further.
Oh, but it's really gonna bother me. Yeah. Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, my lord?
that which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. It's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've gotta start at one. You gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Hopefully never see you again. Bye. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winniebank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Guilty!
So, did Mason know the entire time?
That was cool.
That is all. Court is adjourned. Where do those fireworks come from?
I'd be out already. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. I mean, sometimes that happens. Like, hey, want to go catch a happy hour? I've never drank with tourneys directly after a case, but I have, like, that day later. I mean, that's just the thing. A lot of attorneys are, especially in smaller communities, they're, like, friends with each other. A lot of them are. So I know a lot of people would probably like frown at that, but just a reality. And at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Like, I know what he's trying to say. It's just the way that he says it is so patronizing. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. I'm Dracula, so I'm very much different, but whatever. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I had hoped to look in the eyes of a man that I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Why we gotta do that? So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. What is a man? You restarted the metabolic processes of my heart. Oh, man. It's done. It's over at last. See, this is the type of corny fucking shit that I don't like tracks like this. I don't like tracks like this. Because they just sound like really bad versions of other much better classical songs. But where's Iris disappear to? This is like the first track that I've heard where I've been like, not a big fan of. All the basically the rest of it's been fire. Yeah, exactly, Nathan.
Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. Or what, how did CJ spell congratulations earlier? Congratulations? Congratulations?
I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
Congratulations.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one's ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All me life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted anyone. Never trusted no one. Sorry, any was too proper. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself.
The problem is that you misspell it in so many different ways. There'd be no way to know exactly how you were going to misspell it next.
And your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. It'll make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
I'm crying out loud, pack it in! I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. And am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I would be?
Pardon the interruption. What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow?
Ah, that voice!
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes!
Yeah, Sholmes is social awkwardness and not reading emotional cues. Here we go. Unfortunately, I'm not good enough to make that AI.
Haha, yes, it was me all along, you see?
Oh, you got changed quick. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
Oh.
I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who has been tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
Oh, very above board.
Enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Or at you. At you.
Oh, thank you. The casual blackmail.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
While you're having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, That bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. I'm sorry that I got shot! And that was an inconvenience for you. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal on a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Cause anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, don't bother me none.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that There are some coves like that bastard what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
Well, she did call herself Robin Hood earlier.
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, There you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room, dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the way presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be more careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going nowhere. Don't look like I'm going nowhere. Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, talking to the bastard stuff, what was in lug, blah, blah, blah. Taking the bastard stuff, what was in lug, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense, it's your job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it.
And this is an interesting parallel between Gina and Graydon. Graydon simply tried to escape it, whereas Ginny wants to not embrace it isn't correct, but like uplift. Uplift. Be part of the reason for uplifting.
What is it?
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right, well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yes? I'm just gonna sit here and watch this as, yep. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so.
Ha, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Ah!
On occasions such as this, I recommend a simple thank you.
Oh.
Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny!
Right, I see. Well. Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. These games are so good at holding back the happy sprite, the happiest sprite until the last moment and then getting you in the feels. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Hey, maybe she could become my judicial assistant for the next game. We'll pay her. New emote. Gina happy face. There we go. Save as core designs, emojis. Gina. I agree that Gina being a defendant, and this is a good example about like how valuable a good defendant really can be compared to somebody else that's like, eh. I'd say Will Powers is one of the reasons I don't consider 1-3 I don't consider 1-3 to be a complete travesty. That and I actually kind of like D. Vasquez. I was a fan of her character, but. Yeah, Max is a little complicated. Yeah, I mean, you were both paid. You were paid a stipend. At this point, I get all of the money instead of it going between the two of us. And now if we start working for, it's not like we can't get paid from other people. McGilded was going to give us 1,000 guineas. The only reason we didn't get that is because we didn't take it. So, yeah, I mean, it's the stipend plus whatever we get paid. And then I'm sure her and Naruhodo just would split it But now he could just simply pay Gina. It was a very tedious case, yes. I wouldn't say it was good. It just wasn't, like, in retrospect, compared to the other third cases, it's not nearly as bad. Like, you look at the others, you're like, ugh. Ugh. But it was still incredibly tedious, and Old Bag, oh god. Yeah, I would agree that the third case in this game has been the best third case we've had so far. Was it Investigations 2, 3 was also good? Or is it Investigations 1, 3? What was Investigations 2, 3? He could do that. Like, all right, you still owe me money, so you're gonna work for me. You could still give her, like, room and board and stuff. In addition to, you know. I-2-3? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, the Great the Gregory Edgeworth case. Okay, no. Yeah, that case is better than this third case. But I do like this third case a lot because of how fucking sinister it is. Like, the overall storytelling of case 3 here is, like, magnificent. And how it puts you in a situation that you had not been in before, really. I mean, kind of with the Phoenix thing, but, like, that was more a flashback than, you know, we actually did all that case sort of thing. Oh, with the bat? Yeah, that case wasn't good. I mean, you get introduced to what's-his-face. That's cool, but, like... Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Whoa, quite the indomitable puck purse. Puck purse, puck purse.
Puck piss. Puck pierce.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition. There's trials all over the front page. Pickpockets innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful?
Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Oh god, not again. That was that was a legitimate reaction. The door is closed exactly for that reason. Well, what do you say?
Well, what do you say, Reno, Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
All right then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
All right then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
That's fantastic news. What the hell are you talking about? I mean, bad news for her, great news for us. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr.
Sholmes? I don't know which one I prefer more. Probably still 1-3. Because it really delves into one of the hardest, most difficult parts of being a lawyer. This case had a lot of issues, but overall I liked it.
I'm secretly a locomotive. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. We hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
The great detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. More casual blackmail.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
From a story perspective, Maxim, I agree. Not so much from an actual procedural and law perspective, though. Which obviously I'm going to care about more than other people are.
That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something. Yeah, it doesn't look like her boat's leaving any time soon, considering she's just out on the dock.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now.
Well, technically, I'm the one practicing law. You're simply assisting in my practice of law, but... semantics.
So I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Yeah, I think I can very clearly state that I liked the third case more than this case. There are just too many really frustrating procedural issues about this case. Story's still really good. Like Trep says, though, like, part of that is Gina being the defendant, but that's also because it's so intertwined. The third case. You couldn't have this case really work out the same way without the third case, at least in terms of interesting storytelling. It would just been like, well, who fucking cares? We'll be right back.
Sorry about the delay.
What are you doing? Hey! Back it off.
It is silly. Like, juries cannot simply stop the trial.
Maybe, I mean, maybe that is how things worked in England at this time. It's trash, if they did. It's a trash system. And I specifically said I wasn't going to go fast once I decided that we were going to break it up into 2 streams because of the extra content.
Would I be correct in assuming? Because of the people, Miss Susato.
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me! How did you even come to have this, Susie?
Yeah, I like that McGilded still works as, like, the final villain because he's still the backdrop of everything that happens in this trial. Graydon's the technical antagonist of this case, but it's still based around everything that McGilded did. So if you still effectively have a larger figure looming over the case, it can be just as effective as that character actually being the final antagonist.
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time! Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Runo's armband!
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That's very important to me.
Oh, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it! You didn't notice it for ages! On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take that cat flapper-mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And I rather forgot about it. Forget about that. Until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night.
Okay, the disc is one thing. That thing's huge, isn't it?
I see. And then...
bulky, I guess is the word.
Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo!
Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. Storeroom door.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
Fuck. So you use the cat flapper to make the peephole in the door.
It's captured in the photographic print of the shop. Like one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Miss Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months ago. The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about, well, fuck, I didn't mean to.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right. But then I realized. It would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appears to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
For which a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
The possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know, and I knew at the moment what I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
He does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it'd have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. The moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Except for ironically, doing that is what helped us. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did, something, saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box discs contained secret messages? But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless notes.
As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? I see. That makes sense.
I honestly didn't think about that in the first place, but that makes a ton of sense. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyways.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pi problem, I assure you.
So... Gi? What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Wait! Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What?
But how? How did you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. She never told us that? Up to this point?
Oh, yeah, by the way, I actually wrote it all down.
There, Trep.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the word just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh!
Something occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha program.
Pangram...
Based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. How convenient. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course!
How imperialist of him. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. The British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregusen. Gregson?
Ah, it would seem Tobias Brett Gregson is the 3rd man on the list.
What's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name. S. Mikotoba. What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected.
No, it isn't, Susie! Don't keep us in suspense!
Last name is J. Wilson. Oh.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names.
Yeah, that she saw one time, and she knew it.
That's crazy.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be lots of J's among them.
Let's hope that's right. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Ume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Just give me a second! Like they're calling out for Susato specifically. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
About your manuscript.
Ah!
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris.
Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. The SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. That is not the first time we met. If I remember rightfully, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
At least 4 months at least, because 2 months there, 2 months back, and then the time in between.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials.
I
and
can't hear
tribulations
you.
ahead. Of course there will.
I mean, I'm a lawyer, so
But
trials,
whatever
you know.
happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world, on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
Hey, that's a them problem. That was their decision to do that.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault.
Huh? Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. Not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any words you like. Bell it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. And I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Hey, I followed an anime that had us on a cliffhanger for 7 years. So you know what? Actually, no, 7 years, yeah. So you know what? I don't feel any sympathy. Get over it.
I haven't slept a week. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. Well, I'm this busy. Hurley usually cooks me breakfast, but cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
I don't remember what his voice was. That didn't add anything. When was the last material released for No Game No Life? Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low the steamboat for a while. Last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious person. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wangahai's offspring a man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Scientific investigation with the fuck, I talk so fast. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh. Something, goddamn, that's really fast dialogue. Now, if you excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Just enough time to go rub one out. Been a bit of build up.
Oh, yes, Rance magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I got a standing ovation. Want to hear it? bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Ha! Her ladyship puts me to shame.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those belly stairs every day, but managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
Let the show begin!
My roadie has been...
I can't even remember his voice, I did. Oh, she was Southern. Was he Southern too? They look like brother and sister. I didn't feel nearly as irritated with Graydon's.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. Well, Iris comes every day for a natter. So I ain't too boring. It's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
Because Graydon's does, like, it seems like it drags, but to me, Graydon's stuff was a lot better, just in terms of, like...
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets? Please.
Give over, bruv! That ain't the Ash we used to know! We got him in here to plan the comeback of Milton's Skulkin's milk run, right?
The Three Muscovitz Milkin.
Milska, what's it? Whatever. So he's not being hung? Like, I'm assuming. The Graydon confrontation is long, but Graydon's arguments and Van Zeke's arguments are significantly better than Alba's were. Alba's was just fucking... Ugh. Well, the other two brothers are... they have no reason to be executed. Well, unless attempted murder is a hangable offense. That's a cute photo. Oh, this is fun. I like this. No, yeah, I think Graydon is significantly better than Alba. Like, I pointed out that Graydon's was long, but I also pointed out at the time, I'm like, yeah, but all these arguments are, like, not wrong to, like, bring up. They're all, like, substantially different from each other, too. You weren't addressing, like, the same thing just in a slightly different way over and over again.
woman.
Yeah, I mean, I think they gave his backstory. I think they communicated his backstory with the exposition in a meaningful way just fine. But yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about in my voice lines. It's kind of hard to really key in on a character when you don't really know what they're about until the end, which is what was him. He's just a big old phony to that point. Oh, that's sad. He did not, for like an hour.
Let the show begin!
This is a really cool credit sequence. The Gildan ended up being a really fucking good villain. Not a huge fan of the sandals with a suit. If you're gonna wear a suit, wear the fucking shoes. I just don't think it looks good. Oh, there's leg. The real Lega Man. She's loading it. What's his face? The guy from the fourth case, the defendant. Natsume, yeah. Soseki. Hey.
Achievement!
I don't remember his fucking voice.
I know his was more like this.
I don't remember his. Imagine.
Damn.
Ugh.
Six whole digits.
Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment. Ugh. The fights for filial piety. Hell on earth. This would be a lot more interesting if they weren't involved, because I honestly do not care about them at all. So their involvement's like, dude, just go away. The fight? Yeah, it is fight. Fight for filial piety. He does speak very fast. What's the... Here, let me see. I know exactly where I would screw up, too. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the fights for filial piety. Where I would likely screw up, if I were going to screw up, is I would add an L to piety. Piety is how I would probably say it. But if I knew I had a line that was that, I would practice it, because I've done that before. A line where I'm like, I probably am tempting fate here.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
The one that always got me was the simple one. Red, I can't even say it once. Red leather, yellow leather. It just, that one destroys me. Wait, what did he say? Swift samurai swords swipe silently sideways. That one's not so bad. Yeah, that's how I kind of compare him to Midoriya. That looks difficult. Irish wristwatch. I would get tripped up on that pretty quickly. Pretty quickly.
Seashells by the seashore.
I only think of the Simpsons fuck up now though. He's a she smells by the smee-shore. Like I don't even remember why they added an M to it, but toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, twit. Yeah, that's a good one. Adopt a dog, 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 adopt a dog. If you have a dog, though, you have this inherent superpower to never get tripped up by the word. Swift Samurai. Now, I relate. I relate to Cosma here.
because it wasn't until I was 6 or 7, 6 going on 7 maybe, I had huge speech problems. Stuttering, just not being able to form, just like trying to go too fast. Like I had to take special speech classes. I don't even remember the classes, but they obviously really fucking helped. But you still notice that I still trip up on myself fairly frequently. It just sounds really good when I'm not tripping up. Really?
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
That's why he wears the headband? That's funny. Also makes sense as to why he respects Ryu so much. Oh, like you're stuck in like a logic loop or something? Ooh, excuse me. Until my tongue bled, Jesus Christ. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. That's a cute story. Nothing has to be like epic. Sometimes it can just be the little instances. The lawyer's awfully awkward daughter ought to be taught to draw. I see what you mean, Devin. It's like that. The lawyer's awfully awkward daughter ought to be taught to draw. The lawyer's awfully awkward daughter ought to be taught to draw. They do sound different. I'm getting blown up by this one spam number. Red bed pan, lead bread pan, dead bread pan. Oh man, I didn't know that's what it was. Red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Yeah, I can see why that would become an issue. I only said pan the first time because I didn't even read the end. I just assumed it was pan. Wait, what? Seems I knocked some wind out of that headband of yours. So his whole reason he's wearing a red headband is because of a misunderstanding? I suppose I can always shell sea cells on the seashore. Oh, that was good. I just, like, I don't care about the other two guys. Just have the interaction be between them. That would have been way more interesting, because then I just kind of wanted to get through their voice portions. End tweet. I don't know where you put it. Hello again, Maxim.
The lawyer's awfully awkward daughter ought to be taught to draw.
What?
The lawyer's awfully awkward daughter ought to be taught to draw.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds different than if we'd say it. I would argue yours is better, personally. I don't know. Haven't you seen Dwight's speech in the office? His fellow employees when he won Employee of the Month? And he basically, Jim gave him tips on how to be a good public speaker. They were all based on the most successful dictators in world history. And the audience loved it. Oh, God. I think it would go over surprisingly well. All right, I'm not sure. I don't want to go through the other 7 yet. Because it's going to take too long. Didn't take long to get through that first one. That's because I skipped like 85% of that. It was just because those two dickheads talking, and I'm like, I don't care.
pillar. Wait. Oh, give me this or give me death. What? Nah, That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Like it. It doesn't fit him as much though. It's cute. But yeah, we are. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, him with pictures. Or with glasses. Oh, top hat initially. Interesting. Oh. This would not have played well into her personality. That might have been fine. Ooh. Ooh, no. No. Oh, no. 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 No, 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 no. This is, woo, 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 no. I'm glad they went away from that. Moving pictures. What?
これより逆転裁判15年を振り返る特別法廷を開廷します。弁護側、検察側とも準備はよろしいですかな。以前にどこですか、ここは。大審院、大日本帝国の法廷です。いわゆる明治時代の。いわゆる明治時代？
あ、それってもしかしてご先祖様とかいるのかも。
もっと驚こうよ、迷いちゃん。
どうやら時空がねじれたようです。あまり気にしないことです。それでは検察側はいかがですかな、準備の方は。
なんというか、僕弁護士なのですけど。
今日はいろいろな都合でそちらに立っていただきます。
何やら大人の都合のほのかな香りがいたしますね。
He doesn't know what the fuck he's saying.
失礼ですけど、ケンジさん、あなたはどなたですか？妙に親近感があるような。確かに僕も同じことを考えていました。なんというか、とても他人とは思えないというか。
それではせっかくなのでお互い自己紹介を願いましょうか。
僕は弁護士のなるほどゆうのすけであります。
なるほど。お兄様では？何しろギザギザが多いですから。
生き別れの兄にはあいにく覚えがありません。
Well, then they wouldn't be a long lost brother, would it?
僕の先祖に龍之介という名前の弁護士がいるって。
じゃあおじいさんは
僕のご先祖様？
今さりげなくおじいさん呼ばわりでございましたね。
なんだか妙に老け込んだ気分です。
やっぱりそういうことだったんだ。お隣のあなたは私のご先祖様なんですね。おしとやかで凛としててまさに理想のご先祖様。子孫の綾里迷いです。
Oh, I miss Maya.
私は法務女子の御言葉すさとでございますが。
完全に
なんだろうこの強烈ながっかり感。なんだか申し訳ございません。
God, you didn't do anything wrong.
せっかくですからこの際綾里家の先祖になってください。綾里すさと、確かに語呂は良いかと存じますが、
人類史上かつてない不条理なお願いをされましたね、スサトさん。
語呂はいいのにな。綾里すさと。
本日は逆転裁判15周年の1年間を振り返るものとします。
15周年ですか？
ええ、2001年初代逆転裁判が誕生。それを記念してこの1年いろいろやってきましたね。
そうそう、今年の1月にはでっかいイベントをやったり、15周年特別法廷、あれは楽しかったよね。
ああ、15年という時の重さをみんなと噛みしめたってね。
待った、一言よろしいでしょうか。
何ですか？
時の重さをかみしめる記念であるのならば、まずなるほど様の生誕100年以上こそ祝うべきではございませんか。
100年以上
やめましょう、スサトさん。時が重くて床が抜けます。
いやはやまさに人生の先輩。
拝まれてしまいましたね。
気軽に明治を振り回すのは控えた方が良さそうです。
それに去年は舞台をやったり、ついにテレビアニメにもなったりね。いやー、私たちも毎週お楽しみだったよね。
待った。
テレビ？
テレビ？
アニメ？
アニメ？
一体何のことか。一から説明してもらおうじゃありませんか。
100年の壁は分厚いみたいだな。やっぱり。
あと今年はあれもありましたね。オーケストラコンサート、なんと9年ぶりだったそうです。
9年分の感動があったよね。私泣いちゃったもん。
待った。
オーケストラ？
コンサート？
I thought they had cut.
東京楽団の演奏会ですか。
Okay, I was gonna say, like, what?
わかりますね。
They had concerts way back in fucking ancient Greece, right?
素敵でございます。
全く読めないけど納得してくれたみたいだ。
この頃の何でも漢字で書いちまえって風潮、何だったんだろうね。
確かにね。シェイクスピアがサオーだっけ？
Oh, did they really?
なるほどくんは差し詰めなるおだね。
沖縄はやめようか。こっちも老け込んだ気分になるよ。
そしてつい先日、
Shekuru Spiro? Yeah, like, yeah. Sao! Hi.
帝国国民待望の大逆
いい
転
ですね。
裁判2、ついに発売。
ありがとうございます。
いやー、僕たちもしっかり遊ばせてもらいましたよ。
私だってすっかり感動しちゃったもん。
あ、そうだね。何しろすべての謎が今解き明かされましたからね。
どうかしましたか？
その一言がこの数年強烈な重圧だったもので。
ご先祖様の方にもいろいろあったのでございます。
Yeah.
何しろ
I have no sympathy.
先祖から始まったわけです。
Oh, shut up.
はやありがたやありがたや。
Yeah, somebody fell off from his forefather.
お言葉ですが、裁判長のただいまの発言は完全に無視しています。
Ah!
なんですと？どういうことですか？
実はさっきからずっと気になっていたんですけど、ご先祖様ある種やけになめるという動いてますよね。
That's funny.
あれ、そうかな。
ほら、それです。
The fuck? Why can't I move that smooth?
机を叩くのにパカパカと絵が
It's really jerky. There's
ちなみに意義ありはどんな感じですか？
意義あり。
What the fuck?
それは嘘でしょう。
とにかくこのパカパカっぷり、僕としてはこっちこそが先祖であり。
That is really funny.
反論できない。
つまりお互いが先祖であり、
Oh
そして
god.
元
Don't
祖である
don't
と。
get this.
それ
No.
は
No, Susato.
ねじれるのも無理はございませんね。
それでは
Snake, you've created a time paradox.
閉廷の時間です。
それで僕たちどうやって帰ればいいのですか？21世紀に。
Nick,
明治の街をブラブラ
you're
して
only
時間
two
を
frames.
というのはいかがでしょう。
大帝と東京は華やかですから100年なんてあっという間ですよ。
Dude.
どうやら何としてもあの一言を僕に言わせる流れみたいですね。
おお、先祖と元祖、夢の共演だね。
Oh god.
それでは逆転裁判のさらなる発展を祈って皆様もご一緒に。せーの。
迷いちゃ止めて。時代は回る。きっとそういうことですね。
Boo!
またどこかでお会いいたしましょう。
Bye, Susato. You know what they say, what goes around comes around. What is all this? I can do a whole stream of fucking reacting to this shit. Not a lot. I guess that makes sense, though. Yeah, maybe I'll just do like a special stream, one-off stream before we start 2. There's a lot of other videos to look at. Does anybody know of any, like, copyright issues reacting to that? Because, I mean, it's in the game. I wouldn't think so, but I don't know. What are you doing? Get out of it. Yeah. I'll probably put it out tomorrow. Like over the weekend. Hi. Can I help you? You want to be one of my mods? I don't think you have the opposable digits to operate a computer properly. Okay, though. I know the intention is there. Yeah, so we'll do a, maybe, I mean, we could wait until afterwards too, just so that we could do everything without any potential spoilers. Because I would kind of rather just knock everything out in one stream, as opposed to like doing it over the course of several streams, you know? We could do that too, because that would just preclude any issues with spoilers for the videos. Can't choose the mod. You don't know everybody well enough. I know you think you do. I know you think you do. I know you think you know the viewers. But you can't even read their names. What does this say? These are 2 letters. Can you read those 2 letters? That's an easy one. Oh, can't even do that. Sometimes you just gotta be the bearer of bad news. Yeah, let me just randomly pick mods. God. Alright, so yeah, that'll be it for the first game. We'll get into the second game after we get done with 9999999, which for next month we're going to be playing once a week, and then once we're done with Final Fantasy 1, we'll be doing that twice a week. That game isn't super long, so I don't anticipate it taking too many streams. And then we'll get back to this after that.
That's doggophobic.
Normally, yes. But also as a streamer, I can't really afford to dwell on being bad for too long, because then it's just not an interesting watch. So I doubt we'd get super stuck on any one part. Like music dicks. Absolutely. Alright, just, I've been doing every other stream. If you haven't checked that out, do it. Do it to it. I'll see you guys next week then. Friday, Saturday are both Twitch nights. I got seminar the next 2 days, so I'm gonna be busy like all day, both days. That's why there's gonna be no stream on Friday. So, but I'll be back next Monday on the tube. All right, everyone, take it easy. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed this playthrough. Get ready for the second one, because I'm excited to get to part 2, which we'll do after 999. I'm gonna go get some rest and hopefully not be sick by the time next week comes around. So yeah, I will talk to you all later. Have a good one. Thanks for watching. Stream's adjourned.
Oh, there's a fox. Oh, there he is. Oops. Oh, really? I thought we were supposed to record it. Fox? Yeah.